Start recording. Let's give this thing a moment. All right, there we go. It is now 6 o'clock. 6:01 actually. I missed it by a minute. I'll have to remember to cut that out. Okay, hello. Good evening. Or whatever time it is for you. It is evening for me. I just got off work, scarfed down some dinner, and now I'm ready to throw some dice. My name is Zachary. Hello to you, my fellow travelers of the Vale. Today I am playing the playtest version of Legends of Akeroth. This is a TTRPG, or rather a tabletop RPG inspired by JRPGs. I should throw the link into chat. And then just keep the page up because I will do so periodically. There we go. Alright, so that's the Backerkit link. It's launching in 46 days and 14 hours and 57 minutes. But if you go ahead and follow the campaign now, you can go ahead and download a free demo for both solo play and group play. So it comes with a starter adventure for a party, as well as a currently it's a 3-chapter demo for solo play. Actually, that just reminded me, I do not have my rulebook up. Let me throw that there. Right, so this is a playtest version, and the disclaimer is that because it's a playtest version, it's pre-alpha. Everything that you see that happens in this stream, rules, mechanics, any mentions of generators, and other things, all of that is subject to change. But you're free to follow the Backerkit and join the Cross Paths Discord, which is linked in the Backerkit page. And you can get more updates and stuff like that. Also, the community has been super chill. If it wasn't for the community, I wouldn't be streaming this right now. Because, yeah, they're very inspiring, very motivating. And yeah, it's just been a lot of fun the last couple of months. But alrighty, we are going to switch over to the game screen. We'll do a little bit of a recap of session 1. Okay, so yeah, I've got my session notes up. This is Obsidian, by the way. If you're new to Obsidian, this is just how I've themed it. I did a little bit of rearranging of some things between now and the last session. So hopefully I'll be able to kind of navigate around my notes a little bit better. I also had a linking problem. I figured that out, so now I have all of the linking power at my fingertips. Excuse me. Okay, so as a recap, the character that you see on the left side of my screen is my character Cadlin. He is a bristleback, although this is my take on the bristleback kin. They are kind of like a hedgehog inspired people, and this is sort of my take on the kin. I wanted a character that was a little bit more humanoid proportions in design, and I wanted to try something different with the idea of quills. So his hair ends in quills, so the tips are quills. And his kin perk, or like his ability, let's see, let me pull that up. If you hear a cat in my background, that's because it is around this time of night. This particular cat likes to be noisy. We think it's sometimes because he wants cuddle time, but this also happens to be a lot of this also happens to be work time for us, for me at least. So he's throwing a little bit of a hissy fit. But yeah, if you hear some rowing going on in the background, it's him. I do feel bad though because I accidentally stepped on his paw a little earlier. I feel like a monster. Anyway, so he has the core gift, Hearthwise, where your quills stiffen in danger. Once per scene, reduce incoming damage by 1, and stand firm even when pushed. So I thought it would be really cool if Cadeline's hair kind of like stiffened when this activates. And right now, you can't really tell in this picture, but right now it's kind of held together by two hair bands in like a really long ponytail kind of thing. And so my idea was when this activates, his hair would stiffen and then like break through the hair bands. So it would kind of like puff out like a puffer fish. And then for the hair part, it would be able to change different hairstyles and stuff, because it turns out that the quills on hedgehogs are actually hollow and you don't want to trim them because dirt and stuff can get inside the quills and their skin can get infected. So this was my solution to that. Hello, Amaya! Didn't know you were streaming. I just got to work, but hopefully I can catch you in a bit when things settle down. I'll be back. Hope you have a great stream. Thank you! I hope you have a good night at work. Yeah, if you could tune in, that's cool. No pressure, though. Work is, of course, more important than little old me. Cat is being wrangled in the background. Cheeky may not be joining us tonight in the chat. She's not feeling the best. But it's alright. Oh, my voice. Excuse me. Alright. So anyway, yeah, that's my character on the left. He uses he, him pronouns, he's trans, and he's a ranger class. Primarily uses a bow, and then I've got a dagger as a secondary weapon. So in the first session, I tackled the first part of the solo demo, just to kind of go through it again, because it has changed since I did the playtest activities with it. So he wakes up, it's morning, he's ready to start, and sets off into the woods. He's kind of a stoic kind of fellow. He has a little bit of some trauma on his shoulders. And worst case, I'll rewatch both your streams tonight so I can learn more Loa, since I think you've done more with it than I've gotten to. I mean, maybe? I don't know. You have a lot more characters than I do. I've only made 2 characters. But you were making like a whole guild's worth. So I don't know, we might kind of balance out. But yeah, so he's got some trauma on his shoulders. He's a survivor of an incident. He had joined an adventuring party as a novice adventurer. They took on some kind of mission. It went bad. They were in over their heads, and everybody got slaughtered by a big fiery behemoth of some type. He still has a bunch of details I haven't worked out. Got 12 so far, but not fully fleshed out. They unlock as I level up. Okay, yeah, that's a cool way of doing it. I was thinking about doing something kind of similar too, where as I progress in the game, maybe the guild will kind of level up and I'll add more characters, or maybe some other NPCs will come into being, and maybe I could convince them to join or something like that. So his party got slaughtered. He managed to get away, either because someone sacrificed themselves so that he could, or they told him to run, being kind of like the newbie of the group. And as an archer, he would have been kind of standing far back anyway. So either way, he escaped. So he's got the Survivor's Guild and everything. And ever since then, for the last couple of years, he's just sort of been aimlessly wandering a bit. And yeah, so that's where we picked up kind of in this story. He wakes up, he's in the forest, finds a chest that's unlocked, and inside was this furball, this little creature here with a hammer. And that is the first combat instance. I won't get too much in detail because this is something that you can download from the Backerkit. And then, yeah, we annihilated the furball. In Cadlin's first turn, he took the furball out with 2 really good rolls of his longbow, so that that didn't last long. He met some adventurers who told him which way Windford is, which is a homebrew city that I created for this campaign. And he set off in that direction instead of hanging out with them. Then we went through the journey. I made a journey clock, which I need to adjust down here. Oh, you can't quite see it in this angle. 1 second. Let me rearrange my obsidian windows. There we go. Let's see. Okay, cool. You can see all of them. This game does utilize clocks, though you could probably do something different if you don't like using clocks. But I set a journey clock of 3 increments, and I rolled 3 different events. And in the first one, he found a loot cache that the furball must have had, because it was actually wanted for tipping and stealing from merchant wagons. So he was kind of feeling a little regretful about that, because, you know, it was just a little furry dude, you know, just a nuisance, not terribly dangerous. The second event, he spotted a crestwing in the brush, managed to back away stealthily, lost a little bit of time in getting out of the forest. And then he came upon some fireflies, which was odd because it was broad daylight. But he couldn't determine if it was mean spirits or some kind of other spirit or a sign from a deity. They just sort of disappeared, and fortunately he didn't lose much time. And he was able to get out of the forest before noon. And then he made it to Winford. He found an inn. The innkeeper was a bit rude and abrupt at first. Catelyn doesn't know, but we know that she is upset because someone close to her is planning on engaging in a voidcraft ritual to commune with a monster of some sort. So this might be a plot hook that we'll explore later. Don't think we'll do it just yet, but we could come back to this. And after some apologies, he gets set up with his room and she gives him a free meal in the house. And that is where we are picking up today. Sorry about the lengthy recap, but that was the first session. 1 second. Hopefully my throat will not be tickling all night. I got 2 bottles of water, and I'm already kind of like 2/3 of the way done with one. Okay, let's see. Move that over. Alright, so right now, oh, also I did retroactively add 158 XP for discovering Winford for the first time. I was writing a couple of notes and realized that, oh yeah, you can get EXP for visiting a location or a settlement for the first time. So he is now at 225 XP. For I think I need 1,000 points in order for him to level up as a ranger. So we've got a while to go. Wow. Angry cat is angry. Just 1 second. And now he falls silent. Alright, just 1 second. I want to check something. I'm not really showing too much of the rulebook because it's a playtest version and I don't really know how much of it I can share. Okay. Oh, right, the level up. I wanted to double check. Do. Yes, I was right. I need 1,000 XP to level up from starting character to apprentice. Okay. Alright, so he's only got one ration because he was running out of resources. I did gain a pastry from the innkeeper, so he does have a little bit of food. You don't really need to track food or resources in Loa, but I kind of wound up mentioning how many rations he had in the previous session, so now I'm like, well, I mean, 1 second. Wow. Sorry about that. The cat is not happy. Every time I start talking, he kicks up. I think it's because he knows that, because I'm talking a lot, he wants to be the center of attention. But I can't. I don't have anywhere for him to, like, cuddle up and chill out near me. But let's see. Where was I? Oh yes. So you don't have to track resources, because you can handle it through a clock, like here below. But because I made a point of him only having one ration left, I think what I'll do first, or what Cadlin will do first, is seek out a way of restocking his supplies. And I did find out. I couldn't find it in the book then, but I found it now. Yesterday, actually. I don't know. I just had my notes there. Okay. That there is a quick price tier list. And it has 1 to 5 Dravix, which is the currency. Would be food, simple gear, torches, and stuff like that. He has 13 Dravix left. So he'll be able to get himself some more travel food. Assuming that we can go find it, of course. But after that, he's going to need to find work, because the inn he's staying at costs 30 Dravix per night, and he does not have enough Dravix for another night at the end. So he is aware that he needs to make some more money. So first, maybe we'll do a little bit of shopping. So we've made it to Winford, and Winford is a homebrew city that I created for this campaign. I wanted to have kind of like my own city that I could kind of set up shop in and play around with, do whatever I want without worrying too much about pieces of lore that may change by the time that the official book comes out. So I created a city. It's kind of Venetian inspired. It sits on a river. Boats kind of go up to the shore, or like not even the shore, but like straight up to the thresholds of buildings, kind of like you'd see in Venice. I think it's Venice. And it's also home to a lot of artisans. So people flock there to either apprentice under famous artists, or they go there to commission artists, export goods, stuff like that. So while it's Venetian inspired, there's also a bunch of like funky buildings, things that are like really colorful, and there's a big tower that overlooks like most of the city. And then yeah, you have this big river. Maybe like little outlets and stuff kind of go through the city too. So kind of like gondolas are going up and down some of the waterways and stuff like that. And Cadlin has never been to Winford, so I imagine that he is, because he just left the inn after finding one. So I imagine he's gonna be kind of walking around looking for like various different places to purchase goods from. The inn he chose is a little higher priced because of how I rolled. So maybe he's a little bit more mindful this time of maybe shopping around. So I'm gonna write a little bit of an opener. The cat is racing up and down the apartment. Might need to feed him again soon. He had dinner about an hour ago, but it's possible that maybe he's like extra hungry. Oh, yep, there it goes again. Alright, let's see. I gotta focus. Let's see. You'll have to bear with me. This is the first time I'm streaming a solo RPG. This is also actually the second game I've ever played solo. I played Covens of Midnight by the same publisher, Cross Paths, but that is more of a journaling game, while Loa has like a full combat system that's turn-based. Alternatively, you can also do zone combat, and there's like more crunchy mechanics and stuff to it. So you'll have to be a little bit patient with me, because I'm still kind of learning a lot of the different combat rules, keeping them together, and making decisions like in front of a live audience. I'm still kind of getting used to. But okay, so here's my little opener paragraph. Cadlin leaves the inn and steps out onto the busy street. The city is alive with folks bustling up and down the street, in search of their lunch or for some other purpose. Mindful of how light his coin purse is, He sets off in search of shops that sell goods, but with the promise to check prices before committing. So when I was looking for the inn, I kind of rolled like whether or not I was going to find a cheap, a mid-range, or a like really expensive one. I might go ahead and do that again because I don't really want to take too long shopping. Because I would say you would know what they say about shopping episodes, but the thing is that people say different things about shopping episodes. And I'm not sure I want to find out what they say about mine. Okay, so I think... Let's see, roll for... Maybe I'll see how long it takes for him to find a good store. And for failure... Maybe it takes up most of his afternoon. And he has to pay quite a bit. Like, pay a little bit more than what he would normally have to pay. For mixed... Maybe... He finds a cheap store, but he can't get everything that he would normally look for. And then for full success... Finds a reasonable store that sells everything. Alright. And then for this, I think... Let's see. Probably mind in world. Using his mind to kind of determine like which store has like the best value. And then world sort of handling a bit more of the like the people element. Or not so much the people, just kind of like navigating the city. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there we go. Perhaps if he has a full failure, the reason that it takes up most of the afternoon is that he got lost. There we go. Alright, gonna get my dice. Wow, speak of a failure. I did not get a single success. I actually had to like stare at it for a moment there. I think this might be the first time I have a full failure for Catalan. Hopefully this does not speak to how the evening is going to go. Move that up a little. Okay. Failure. Just going to write this out. Actually, this is more like afternoon now. We'll say that maybe his lunch was during the noon period. Okay, so he has 13 Draviks. And if things like simple food is going to probably be like, probably no more than 10. And then for like something like rations or maybe like, yeah, kind of like whatever dry travel food, like eat simple little pre-made soup mixes or something, some bases that you could probably just add water to. Probably not going to be, yeah, not more than 10 for sure. But probably more like five Draviks each for this kind of expensive store. And so, given what money he does have, he'll probably only be able to buy 2. So we'll go ahead and give him 3 total rations and drop his money down to 3 Draviks. Okay. Oh, don't do that. So I'm gonna pin that. Just a note for myself. Okay, so we're getting close towards evening. I think now would be a good time for him to kind of make his way back to the inn, but also perhaps try to see if he can on his way back, see if he can determine where he would go to find work. As an adventurer, because he was an adventurer for a while, he would probably know that he can go to a tavern, perhaps, and there would be some kind of signboard there. And I think instead of seeing if he makes it to the tavern, like instead of rolling to see if he finds one, we'll just go ahead and say that he finds one. I imagine that as the afternoon winds down, it might be a little bit easier to see kind of where people are starting to go in. The lights are coming on and he can see, you know, like people eating through windows and stuff like that. So this tavern, let's see, I'm gonna grab this oracle that I printed out the other day. I'm gonna peek at it real quick and see if there's anything on here that I could roll for to kind of give us like an idea of what this tavern is like. So apologies if I'm a little quiet for a moment. I just printed this. Here, I'll show it. My goodness, why are you so angry tonight? Angry. Hey, come here, let me pet you. Yeah, what's wrong? You wanna say hi? Oh, of course, I hold him up to the microphone and now he won't say anything. Yeah? Oh, you're all wet. Did you get sprayed with water because you're being naughty? I'd hold him up to the camera, but there's not really enough. There's not really enough room to hold him up to the camera. He's small, but he's not that small. But okay, so let's see. I need to see what kind of a tavern. Like, is it a sketchy tavern? Is it like a kind of like a posh one? Is it full of artists? I might make another kind of custom table. Oh, now my other cat is coming by. He's quiet though. He's just curious. He's wondering what I'm doing and why I have this goofy table set up. Oh. Establishment. Doesn't really give me descriptors though. Maybe maybe I already answered my question. Yeah, it's a tavern. But it's not particularly a sketchy one, and not particularly a posh one. Instead, I think that, yeah, this is a tavern where a bunch of artists have taken up to flocking to. And I think I'll just go ahead and write a description for it. I swear, these cats don't like me streaming. I hear chirping going on behind me. Yes, I'm talking about you. Yeah, what are you doing? This happened on Sunday when I streamed too. They were just causing all sorts of chaos. It's like, what's going on? Normally you two are such good boys. But it's like they just become possessed. They're like, what's that? You've gone live? Chaos. They're silly, but I love them. Okay. So, on his way back to the inn, Cadlin keeps an eye out for a tavern. Besides needing a bite to eat for dinner, even if it's a small one, he also needed to find work if he wanted to rent his room out for another night. Fortunately, he finds one not too far away from his inn and enters the establishment. Inside, it's the normal ruckus one could expect for a tavern during mealtime, and it's almost overwhelming after being alone in the wilderness for last week. But he steels himself against the chaos and noise and makes his way to the bar. So now we need an innkeeper. I'm going to grab my NPC generator. Or not an innkeeper. You know, like a barkeeper. Jeez. I'm going to grab the NPC generator from the book, because I've printed this out in sheets of paper. Like, I've got the whole thing printed. All right. And then I also threw a couple of more oracles into Obsidian, so we might play around with that to find some work for our broke man over here. Let's see. Oh, this is settlements. I don't want settlements. I need the NPC. Is this page backwards? It is. Okay, so we already have an NPC role. So now I can roll for NPC personality. I feel like this table is really far away. Let me see if I could move it without ruining the camera setup. Alright, let's see. Get my Cadlin D6, because I have a dice set specifically for Cadlin, which is why I have a dice cam instead of just using the dice plugin on Obsidian. Oh, it's a D66, so I need... Okay, so the blue dice is the first digit, and then the red die is the second digit. Out of 41. That is... Always joking, even at the wrong time. Let me go ahead and get an NPC file going. Alright, so they tell a lot of jokes. Normally that's great for like a barkeeper, tavern keeper, tavern owner. But sometimes the jokes don't always hit right, because sometimes a joke maybe isn't the best thing to say. And then, if I turn the page, let's see, let me skip that part. Let me do NPC kin and flavor. This one is a D20. That is a 14. So they are an arbor. An arbor is... let's see. I actually would have to pull up the Draconim book to show that. So just give me a moment, because I don't have that book open. Multiplayer games. Core rule book. There we go. I am a backer for Draconim. Backers were given access to the beta version of the book, so I have the beta version in my clutches already. It's a very fun system. I've actually run a one-shot in it with my bestie Cheeky and my brother, and it went pretty well. I am not well practiced in being a game master, but it was a lot of fun, and yeah, totally looking forward to playing the solo version of this game when that comes out, which I also get. So let me go ahead and paste this picture into this person's file so that you can see what an arbor looks like. Okay, so this is not what this particular NPC looks like, but this is what an arbor looks like. So arbor are a graceful and ancient kin, and again, this is from the Draconum book, not the Legends of Akeroth book. They are guardians of the world tree. I think it's Heimster. The world tree Heimster, and the natural order it represents. With their deer-like forms and antlers resembling intricate tree branches, some adorned with fruits, flowers, or moss, they are living embodiments of the harmony between nature and life. The arbor's culture is deeply rooted in their role as stewards of Heimster, and their lives are dedicated to preserving the flow of life through its branches. It also says that they create sprawling villages in ancient forests, merging seamlessly with the environment. They love oral tradition. So maybe that could be why this arbor is a tavern keeper. Oh, we'll make them non-binary. They'll be a they them kind of person. They won't. Okay. So due to their love of storytelling as an oral tradition, they sought out more stories and left their home village. They wound up in Winford, and after a couple of years, purchased a tavern to collect stories from patrons. And because we already know that they're in Winford, we'll go ahead and link that. Okay, and they are an arbor. Alright, let's see. So I've kind of already gotten some of their flavor. Also, gonna go ahead while I have it in my brain. Since Cadlin is obviously about to meet this person, he is going to gain 50 XP. So this will be 275 XP. Slowly but surely, we are making our way to level 2. And that's probably just because I wanted to go ahead and get him to Winford, because I have plans. Kind of. I mean, there's only really one plan, and the plan is to get him to join an adventurers guild that I've already also made. That's the plan. He's going to make friends whether he wants to or not. But, alright, so let's see. What does this NPC want? What do they desire? 54. To make sure a prophecy is fulfilled. That seems kind of a bit heavy. Or heavy, like, oh no. Let me mull on that for a moment, and we'll go ahead and roll this person a name while I think about that. I'm just gonna use the chart from the book again. 25. Orin. 62. Westgale. Alright. So this person's name is Orin Westgale. Let's go ahead and roll a rumor and hook. 14. There's a cave nearby nobody goes into twice. Well, that sounds like a dungeon if I've ever heard one. Perhaps that will be our quest. Maybe I should make a kind of like a worksheet or something, because this is a game based off of JRPGs, and JRPGs, at least the ones that I've played. Oh, I think the microphone was picking that up. Cheeky was doing something in the kitchen, and I saw the mic jump. Rest not, worry not. You hear any kinking in the background? It's just Cheeky. Cheeky being my best friend, Cheeky Ghost. Let's see. Okay, the hook was. There's a cave nobody goes to. Oh, right. So, side quests, you know, like quest logs, quest journals, things like that. Maybe I will start one as a thing for me to do later. That did not work. There we go. Alright, so I'll just add that as a to-do later. Because that would kind of make it easier if I have sort of like a template of things to figure out or fill in. But okay, so we have our barkeep, our tavern owner, and the place is full of artists. And Cadlin is looking for work, and also wants to eat something. So I'll write a little bit. Oh, you know what? We don't know what this person looks like. Kind of left it the innkeeper as they were. Didn't really describe them too much, but that was because it was getting near the end of the session, and I was hungry. It was lunchtime, and I didn't have anything to eat, so so we're gonna go ahead and quickly decide what this character looks like. And I'm going to use my character design deck to do that. So this table really is a little too far. There we go. Am I gonna do it? Yay! I did it. I have this covering you see here, this gray fabric, that is an old bed sheet. But okay, so we already got a ginger presentation. I should also link this deck because this is my deck, my card deck of a random character design deck that I made. It doesn't look too fancy because this is the black and white version, but I am pretty soon. Is this a little loud? I am pretty soon going to make a pretty version. So it'll be in color, it'll have more design. So I'll go ahead and link that there. And I'll show you kind of like what it looks like. I have to do this kind of one-handed because of where the camera is and the microphone, and also this camera cable is in the way. I was in a little bit of a hurry because I needed to eat my dinner. And let's see, can I get this cable to move? Oh. 1 second, my cable tie fell off. I have like a twist tie from some kind of product that is holding up my microphone cable and my camera cable. I must have had the cable facing somewhere else last Sunday. It was not in the way. Okay, we did? Alright, cool. That's alright. I kind of knew that some things would be a little shaky tonight because I had to work. And I work a regular, like, 9 to 5 job. But I was like, I'm not gonna stress about it. I'm just gonna kind of take it easy. Just gonna have fun with my dice and my little blorbo. Okay, so we're going to roll body type. Sorry if the might be a little hard to see on the stream because my dice camera is a little slow, a little small. But basically, you just roll for mass, which can be like muscle or like how much muscle or fat the person has, and then height, which is kind of obvious. Blue one's going to be mass, and then red is going to be height. Oh, look at that, straight 5s. So they're kind of shorter than average, which I would think would be kind of unusual for an arbor, because they kind of look taller because of like hooves and pretty graceful. But perhaps this person has lived, because they're a tavern owner, so perhaps, you know, beer, ale, and stuff like that, it's full of carbs. Yeah. And if you've been pretending like so many other people I know, I'm sorry. I'm to remind you that, yeah, beer has carbs. So they've been drinking along with their patrons. They've been eating the good food that the cook puts out, and you know, they probably aren't truly traveling anymore because they have a business. No, that's also not to say that either that, you know, that they're fat or obese or anything. They could be quite powerful in the arms and back from having to lift kegs and stuff like that. Retail workers, you know what I mean. Their knees may not be good though, because my knees are not. Okay, so I'm gonna skip age. They're an adult. Maybe hitting a little, like a little bit over middle age for an arbor. Well, let's see, it's gonna... I do not have my deck in order, apparently. Let's see. I'm gonna try to make this a little bit quicker. Let's see. Hair length and style. We'll take that one. This one can wait. This one we don't need, because we already know that they are an arbor. Physical details, we'll use those. Fantasy features, don't have to worry about that because they're an arbor. I already know their career. We don't need a fantasy class because they are not going to be a combatant, or so we think. Who knows what the future has. Maybe this person could be a guild member. Let's say pose expression. No, we're not actually drawing. Ambitions. Ooh, ambition, goals, and love and fear. That actually might be fun to roll on. So I'll put that off to the side. Let's see, don't need this, don't need that. Yeah, you can click the link and see what all is in the deck. I designed it because I wanted to sometimes draw characters, but not think hard about it, because I want to like practice drawing or practice making character designs and stuff like that. And I'm a big fan of the story engine decks, but the story engine decks don't really handle a lot of things like, you know, hairstyle, hair color, that kind of thing. So I made my own deck. Okay, so I have, let's see, hair length and hairstyle. One is a D6, one is a D12. Okay, so I got 6 and a 7. So they have hair that is down to their hips or even longer, and it's in a ponytail. I'm just gonna go ahead and write that down. Alright, so hair is in a ponytail, and yet it still reaches the backs of their knees. I have a color table too. I'm just going to roll for color family. I'm not going to think that hard about the color. It's gray. Okay. Gray hair. I also have color tables in the deck. I'm going to use my skin tone table. I'm going to pick a more natural skin tone. That's a D12. That is a 4. So they got kind of like a... kind of a middle tone. That's warm. Kind of a warm tan. Maybe the cheeks are a little rosy because it's hot in here. I do think this is going to be a recurring NPC because it's a tavern, so that's also why I'm kind of going ahead and putting a little bit of work into this. I might use like a quicker oracle later, but for now, this is fun. I'm having fun. I hope y'all are having fun too. You know, let me know what you think. I know you can't really see what I'm doing with my hands, but that is because I am a little bound to the position that I'm seated in, and I'm worried that if I move my microphone, which is on a boom arm, I'm worried that the quality of my voice is going to change. But okay, so I have a D20 table for physical details. I think we're just gonna go ahead and roll on this one a couple of times. Three and a 6. Okay, so they got large ears, and interestingly, they are wearing nail polish. And they do kind of have long ears, so maybe they kind of like flop down a little. Big nail paint. Okay. So Orin Westgale. They go by they, them pronouns. They're an arbor kin, which again, kind of like a deer-like goat person. They have put on a few pounds after indulging in their own beverage and food offerings, shorter than average arbors. They have gray hair that is in a ponytail and yet it still reaches the backs of their knees. They have warm tan skin with rosy cheeks due to the warmth of the tavern. And they have long furred ears that brush the tops of their shoulders. They like to wear nail paint. They're always joking, even at the wrong time. Due to their love of storytelling as an oral tradition, they sought out more stories and left their home village. They wound up in Winford and after a couple of years, purchased a tavern to collect stories from patrons. And that is the person that Cadlin is about to meet. I do have these here. Let's see. Loves and fears and ambitions / goals. I was going to roll on that, but I think we'll save that for later. Another time. And I think I would like to use that table more than the one that I rolled on a moment ago that said they want to make a prophecy true or something like that. That one, I feel like it doesn't quite fit what I have in mind. Or at least, like, I don't think Cadlin is going to be, like, the answer to a prophecy. Water break. Okay. So, after dodging someone that appeared to be a sculptor by trade and drunk as a state of mind, Cadlin reaches the bar. An arbor folk notices him and eagerly approaches the counter. Just gonna write the starting exchange here. Uh, let's see. What would you want? Oh, first I should read what I wrote. Right, good evening, newcomer. I don't think I've seen your face around here before. Looks like you've got a story that I haven't heard yet. What can I get you? And then perhaps you could tell your tale? While close to Cadlin's height, the barkeeper's personality was much larger than Cadlin, as they energetically spread their arms in welcome. He tried not to groan. Tired as he was, he still needed to eat and get information. No tale to tell, he said, as he sat down. What's your cheapest? Cheapest what? Drink or food? I mean, no worries here. I won't fleece you like the rest of my competitors. The barkeeper plunks down a mug. We've got the working man's brew and some wine for the posh. Which is it? Well, it's certainly not going to be wine for the posh. He only has 3 drawbacks. I think as tired as Cadlin is, he will probably just come out and just say it. Let's see. So I kind of just sort of like started writing how this exchange is going. Let me go ahead and read that because I keep forgetting that perhaps you're not looking at the screen, which is totally fine, by the way. And that is sort of what I'm kind of aiming for. That this could be something that you can just simply listen to and you don't really need to watch. Let's see what alright, so here we go. I have 3 drawbacks and I'm hungry. What does that get me? The barkeeper nods. Working man's brew it is. As for food, that'll get you a chicken thigh and a decent sized pile of mashed spuds. That work? Cadlin fishes out his last 3 coins. Deal. My thanks, weary traveler. They accept his coins and yell the order towards the kitchen before pouring Cadlin a drink. I take it you're wanting for work? A bit of venturing for a bit of coin? Cadlin nods. Is there a job board here? Let's find out if there is a job board here. Let's see. Not that. Okay, so let's roll for it. We'll do maybe a D4. So 1 is a no. And the barkeep doesn't know where a 1 is. Or 2. They don't know. Or they don't have 1. But they know where 1 is. And then 3 or 4. Because I would say this would be kind of likely as it's a tavern. They have 1. Hey, rolled a 3. They have 1. And just because we already kind of determined that this person has like a plot hook, I think perhaps we will just simply have them say what that is up front. But let's see more about maybe more about how Cadlin handles this conversation. Because right now the barkeeper is kind of pleasant. Cadlin's a stranger, but a customer, and just walked in, so, naturally they are going to want to, be nice. It's a new customer. Return customers are the best customers. And all that. So maybe we could see how Cadlin is handling conversation. Also, we'll go ahead and introduce the barkeeper just so I can make sure it is known that their name is Orin Westgale. Oh, you know what? I kind of need a tavern name too, don't I? Let's see, where is the fantasy name generator website? Because I think they have. I would think that they have a tavern name generator. Oh, they do. Tavern names. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna Skinny Apples bar. Okay, I'm just gonna click this a couple of times. Let's see what we got. We have the Fiery Sheep Tavern, the Silver Lioness Pub, the Dwarven Helmet Bar. I don't think that one's gonna fly because there are dwarfkin in this game, and this is an arbor. Though it would be kind of funny. The Measly Cake, the Sparkling Seahorse, the Awful Mango, the Wretched Oysters Tavern, the Careless Crow Bar, the Fast Parrot, the Chunky Night Bar, the Chunky Night, no! The Chunky Night. I'm gonna click another list. The Lively Chainmail, the Honorable Queen Inn, this is not an inn. The Giant Ostrich, interesting. The Nice Wildebeest Pub, the Accidental Wife? How did that wind? How does that wind up in a tavern named Jenner? The accidental wife. Oh my gosh. The Laughing Dove Tavern, the Hollow Carrot Bar, the Poor Ants, the Hot Ducks, the Pleasant Rhinoceros Pub. Oh my. Let's see, I'm just kind of clicking through. The Dwarvish Dwarf Bar. Wow. The Chubby Clams. Let's see. The Third Plate Inn. I keep getting all these ones that are like alluding to how this person got to be a bit on the fluffy side. The Spiritual Bachelor Tavern. Wow. Let's see. I need to have, like, probably some kind of screen capture for this kind of thing, so that I can share miscellaneous windows without worrying about, like, doxing myself or something crazy. Let's see. Come on, give me a good name. The Iron Manatee. The Serious Elf. The Equal Nut Tavern. That sounds not appropriate for Twitch. Keen Avocado. Oh. The Spooky Stone. Hot didgeridoo. The Adorable Hazelnut. The Cheap Hawk. The Dark Throat. The Responsible Dog. Yeah, I don't know. These are not really... Sparkling Fowl Tavern. The Ugliest Llama. Wow. Do they have this? So they got tavern names. What other kind of like location names? Shop and business names? Oh my god. That is beautiful. Well, this is frequented by artists and artisans and the like. So maybe. Oh, what's a good art term? So I think like the drunken something would work. Or the tipsy. The tipsy. Let's see. The tipsy. What is some tools? Ah, I've got it. The Tipsy Weaver. That sounds pretty good. Put the word tavern in there. Okay, so this is going to be called the Tipsy Weaver, and it is called that because... Come on. Spell the word. Thank you. Okay. Alright, so we determined that we have a job board here in this tavern. Of course we do. It's right over yonder if you can see past the drunks. The barkeeper gestures to a wall with a signboard attached to it. My name's Oren Westgale, owner of the Tipsy Weaver, on account of it being in the Weaver's District. There we go. We have our tavern owner and name of the tavern, and now we even have the location of the tavern. It is in the Weaver's District. And let's see, I need to go ahead and make... Let's see, I don't have factions. This is not really a faction. This is landmarks. Yeah, I guess this would be landmark. Or maybe I'll just make a new folder for establishments. Let's see, can I make this window a little narrower so you can see what exactly I'm doing? Or did I not set it? I did not set it up that way. Well, I have my folders on the side over here. Oh wait, can I make it? Oh, you can't see the words. Yeah. I have my list of folders over here. You can't see it. I'm sorry. But I have like folders for lore and stuff. And some like the session notes, mechanics, and things like that, NPCs. Okay, so I need a new folder for establishments. And the first note will be the Tipsy Weaver. The tavern owned by Oren Westgale, located in the Weaver's District of Winford. And there we go. Yeah. The cool thing about Obsidian is that, oh, I have a... Oh, I didn't spell it right. Yeah. Anyway, you get this little map. It really doesn't do too much. Like, there's not much purpose of it, but they're really cool to look at. And yeah, I mean, it kind of helps me identify when I have an orphan. And that's because I didn't spell something right. Yep, I forgot the word tavern in the name. That's because I connected it to stuff, and now you can see that it's connected now. But yeah, you can kind of see how, like, I've got, like, details and stuff on various bits of lore. You can kind of see here now how Winford, my file on Winford, is now, like, connected to, it moved to where to go. Well, it went somewhere. But up here it is. Yeah, so you can kind of see how I have stuff linked to it. And like the Band of Owls, that's the guild that Cadlin is gonna wind up joining. And then like this is Deezen, who is the guild master of the guild. So yeah, it's really cool. Not really like useful, but still pretty neat. Okay, so we have that, and I'm gonna go ahead and link this. Go. So now I know when this first appeared, or when it gets mentioned. Okay, so now back to Cadlin, who is not the most adept in talking to others. So I'm going to actually go use the bathroom, and while I do that, I am going to determine how how we are going to go about this. Oh, you know what? I just realized, is my chat thing working? Okay, it is working. I did not notice it earlier because I was too busy actually looking at what chat was saying. But I have a little chat ticker now. Hooray! That's so cool. It was actually incredibly easy to set up. There's a link in my credits box, but yeah, I'm going to go to the bathroom. That's the downside of being so well hydrated. So, BRB. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. I was checking in on Cheeky, making sure she is doing well, and just kind of jointly going like, wow, don't know what was up with the cats earlier, but they are quiet now. Which, knock on wood that they will continue to be so for the rest of the night. Because it's not like I'm going to be streaming for too long. I plan on kind of wrapping up about like 9 o'clock, 9:30 or so. Cause this is I work Monday through Friday, kind of like from 8 to 5. So yeah, I got work in the morning. But I felt like Thursdays might be a good fit for me. It's a little up in the air. We'll see. We'll adjust as needed. But yeah. And it's alright because I'll be uploading VODs to my YouTube channel. Which is the same name, Zachary Art. No space, no underscore or hyphen. I should probably link that in my profile, huh? I'll have to do that later. But, okay, so we left Cadlin in a social situation. He's thrilled. He loves socializing. Totally loves it. Okay. Let's see. So we can roll to see how well this is going. We, me, the player, and you, the chat, know that this barkeeper has a plot hook. Naturally, I want Cadlin to receive that plot hook. But I don't know if the barkeeper, Oren, is going to give him the plot hook. Because normally this is where you would be asking a GM questions and stuff like that. And then GM might have you roll in order to see if you can determine that. Did the ice melt? It did. It's also making my bottle drippy. That's not good. Let me wrap a napkin of tissue around my bottle. Bottle number 2 I had stuffed full of ice. The ice is already melted and then the bottle is like making condensation everywhere. Oh, by the way, shout out to Cheeky, who I love so much. She is making us cookies even though she's not feeling well. Thank you, Cheeky. I love you. You're the best. That's my bestie, everybody. Bestie for over 20 years. It's great. Okay. Let's see. Do I have... I've got the... Oh, cool. It left off. It saved where I kind of left off. I added the Mythic Game Master emulator to my Obsidian. Okay, so Cadlin would like to ask, is there any work for like a solo person? Because he is alone. Alright, any chance there's work for a single person? It's fine if it doesn't pay that much, Cadlin asks. He's not particularly choosy, but he does work alone, so it does need to be within his means. His skill level, which is 1. He is level 1. Okay, so let's see what we've got in here. Maybe make this a little bigger. It's a little hard to read even for me. Characters, character actions, combat, general, character appearance, background, conversations. Okay, so maybe we'll see if this is Oren's perception of Cadlin. Cadlin has come in. He's a new customer, and we can kind of pretend that, you know, there's been a little bit of other bits of conversation, small talk kind of things. Oh, while he's waiting for food, we can say. By the way, Cadlin is also, let's see, I think he's 26. So, yes, he can drink. I don't know what the legal drinking age is in Erwick, which is the Akeroth region that this game is taking place in. But I'm pretty sure that he can drink. He looks a little baby because he's 5 foot, like 5 feet tall. He's pretty short. But he's not baby. He is not a child. But okay, so there's small talk. There's a little bit of, you know, kind of that retail customer staff kind of exchange going on. So how does Cadlin's attitude and mannerisms go over with Oren? Is he doing well? Because I could simply roll soul and world, or yeah, probably soul and world or something like that, but it's probably going to fail because in Loa you need to have 4 successes in order for it to be a full success. So I think rather than having like a fail success, mixed success type result, I think instead I'll take it as sort of like do a roll to determine what kind of tone Oren is going to have or take with Cadlin. Like, are they going to be well receiving of him, or are they going to kind of, you know, treat him at arm's length, that kind of thing? So I think I'll do that instead of simply having like a failure or a success type roll. And this is a D100 table. $40. Generous. Okay. That's better than I thought I was gonna get. I was like, oh man, I hope I don't roll something like miserable. or something that would be hard to work with, like macabre. But okay, so Oren is kind of taking this and this encounter with this new customer and being kind of generous about it. I would say Cadlin's getting a little lucky today, because the innkeeper was also a little bit generous, even though he had to pay more than what he wanted for the inn room. He still got a free meal out of it, and a free pastry, which will probably come in handy for a breakfast, since now he doesn't have money for breakfast. Might be a little stale, but he won't complain. Okay, so Oren has like an air of generosity. Oh, so perhaps that is how they volunteer their plot hook willingly, instead of making Cadlin browse the job board. Music got a little quiet again. I think it was a little too quiet in my previous session, so I was like, oh, I'll make sure it's a little bit more audible this time. It's just medieval lo-fi. I didn't want to stress myself out too much by trying to handpick music, but eventually when I get more settled in and comfortable, I'll try to have things like battle music and stuff queued up, ready to hit play. Okay, let me read what I wrote. Okay. Any chance there's work for a single person? It's fine if it doesn't pay that much, Cadlin asks as he waits for his food and sips at his ale. Actually, there is. It's so fresh that I haven't posted it yet. Orin rummages behind a counter and pulls up a rolled piece of parchment. This came in at the start of tonight's shift, but I haven't posted it yet because I've had hungry artists to feed. You know how artists get when they're hungry. There was a cheer from a nearby table full of people covered in splatters of clay, paint, and substances that Cadlin didn't recognize. Orin hands Cadlin the job bill. Here, to celebrate a new customer. And because I think it's pretty likely that you're in great need of it. I don't think you'll be able to find much work around here that's suitable for one person, unfortunately. And then that will tie into why Cadlin needs to join an adventurers guild. Don't know when he'll join it just yet, but let's instead learn more about what this quest is. So the plot hook that we rolled was... where was it? Ah. There's a cave nearby nobody goes into twice. Alright, so that to me sounds like it's a dungeon of some kind. And a dungeon would be really fun. The only thing is though is that I'm a little worried about sending Cadlin into one by himself. Because he is level 1 and he doesn't have too much in the way of like healing himself. He has a health potion that restores 1d4 HP, and that's it. You can roll a class die to recover like basically the same amount because he's level 1. He only has one class die and it's a d4. So yeah, he doesn't have much in the way of healing himself if he gets into a spot of trouble. Also, if I remember right, you can only use the class die to recover HP when you're taking a short rest. Let me check myself before I wreck myself. Double check my rules. Resting. There we go. I had a tab specifically. I printed the book out, but I don't have a binder for it yet, so I have the whole thing broken up into sections, show it on my camera here, and then like clipped together with binder clips because I do not have a binder right now, and it might be a little while before I can get one. Yeah, class die can recover HP during short rest. Right now we are kind of doing what is considered downtime, which is an extended rest taken within a settlement or within a safe zone, lasts for 24 hours and fully rejuvenates you, though I don't really need to worry about that too much because he did not take any damage during his fight with the furball. so there's no HP to recover. This does say that this is where the resource clock clears to 0. Since I'm putting a little bit of emphasis on how much food he has, at least maybe until he joins the guild. Because I think when he joins the guild, he won't have to worry as much. But let's see. He does have some food, a little bit of food now. So I will tick it to 4. Let's see. Rations, he's got 3, plus a pastry, which I would also say is 4. So yeah, that seems to work for now, I think, for 4 resources. Let's see. What was I? Okay, that was the Ko-Fi bot. Oh yeah, so activities. You can take up to 3 downtime activities within the settlement. These can be to purchase items, train character abilities, forage in nearby wilderness, or commission items at smiths. The Herald will decide what these activities are. And then also you can level up if you have the XP. So you can only level up when you are doing downtime in a settlement or safe zone for 24 hours. I probably should have read this when I first hit Winford, but I wasn't really thinking too much about it because, again, I was hungry. But so we've sort of done one activity so far, which is shopping. We did the shopping thing, and now we're doing a second activity, which is kind of like looking for work, also getting food to eat for dinner, making a couple of connections. Let's see here. You can do undertakings, but I don't think we'll do that just yet because he is living in an inn room that he can only afford for 1 night. Oh, adventuring equipment. Missed that. Cool. Marching order. Don't really need to worry about marching order because I'm playing solo. This is... I'm flipping through the book. Oh, terrain pace. Okay, cool. Gotta bypass that a little in favor of some of the more like solo rule set. The book in its current form is kind of like an all-in-one package. It's got group play, GM-less play, so you can play without a GM but with other people, and then playing solo, which obviously is what I'm doing right now. So I think that's really cool. And that's why also why Cross Paths is excellent. Because they put solo kind of like at the front. Or not the front, but you know, like it's not just a there might be one day solo rules. They're like, no, we got you. You wanna play solo? You can play solo. Okay. So we have our plot hook. Let me go ahead and just write that down so I don't forget. Did I? Okay. Just making sure that the code was correct. Plot hook, which we are going to probably flesh out a little. There is a cave that nobody enters. Enters twice? Shoot. I'll put it that nobody goes into twice. Which I mean is basically what's this? Nobody goes into twice. Which is kind of slightly weird way of saying it. So nobody goes into twice. So does that mean that you go in and you can't go out? Or is it that you can't go in and then go back in again, like you never want to go back in. Like perhaps there is something in there that's like really scary. Let's see. What else the Game Master emulator has, since I have it open still. This is actually my first time using it. I kind of glanced over some of it. And I was like, oh, this is like some longer tables. Various things. Dungeon descriptors. Dungeon traps. Legends. Locations. Let's see. Scavenging results. Smells! Oh boy. Sound, spell effects, starship deaths. Terrain. Visions and dreams. That one's kind of cool. Oh, descriptors. Ooh, excuse me. Let's see. Cave that nobody goes into twice. Well, why does this matter? Who does this matter to? We're in a city of artisans. And there is a cave that nobody wants to go into twice. Oh, excuse me, man. Gotta fight the yawns. Let's see. I'm going to peek in the rulebook too. Let's see if there's another table in here. Settlement events. Yeah, that's not gonna. Name generator. Okay, here we go. Let's see. This is... Oh, okay, so this is not the events. I guess I need, at some point, I need to just find like a good list of like motivations or something. But let's see, so legends? No, I don't think that'll work. This is a city, so I don't think there would be anything that's like very undiscovered around it. Because a city doesn't really just pop up in a day. It took some time, and I've also established that there's a bit of history to this city, so it's been around for a while. So I'm thinking that they, you know, whatever this is, whatever's happening is kind of a recent thing. It's not a mystery that's been unsolved for 100 years or anything like that. This is a very recent problem. And that a cave has appeared. Or a cave, there is a cave, and suddenly people do not want to go in there twice. Okay. So, alright. They don't want to go in again because there's something, maybe there's something scary inside the cave. Trying to think, should I just simply decide or should I roll for some stuff or something? Trying to think of like, if I was the game master of this game, how would I approach my character? I think that got a little loud again. Oh, I did not want to open that program. Go away. No. Go away. Go sleep. Alright. Plot hook. There is a cave that nobody goes into twice. Yeah, I think what I'll do is maybe devise some kind of like quest workbook or worksheet that I can fill out. Things like, you know, like what's the objective, who gave the quest, and then like what's the rewards and things like that. And then that way, when it comes time to accept a quest, it'll be easier for me to kind of like roll for the details and stuff like that. And then y'all don't have to sit here and listen to me rustle pages off camera. But that's okay, because I was like, oh yeah, you know, I've never streamed a game like this before, so I've really only streamed video games. Okay. I don't feel like rolling another character at this moment, so I'm just gonna say, like, it's from a farmer. And the reward will be... Let's see, if it's owned by a farmer, probably not gonna be worth too much. And I wanted this to be kind of like low enough level for like a single level 1 character to be able to do. What was... Let's see. I had a dungeon treasure. I just, Loa has a... Ooh. Okay, there we go. Loa has a dungeon generator. And, I just added it to my obsidian. Because I know that eventually I am going to do a dungeon. I don't think this will be a dungeon, though. I think it's just going to be, like, a cave. With some kind of creature in there. But there is a table, a treasure table, and I remembered 5d10 Dravix was a potential treasure, so I think that's what I'm going to roll. 5d10. I guess I'll push out more d10s. I don't want it to be too high though. So maybe what I'll do is I could do a d6. And then this will be the first digit. And then a d10 for the second digit. So the maximum would be 60 Dravix, and then the minimum would be zero. Yeah? Can I help you? Why did you come up here behind me and yell at me? I am playing a game, sir. Okay. Let's see. Meow? Well, he might be hungry. But alright, let's go. 24 Dravix. I think I'll just round it up to 25. So 25 Dravix. That would not be enough for him to rent another room at the inn he is currently staying at. But he could potentially just find a different inn if he needs to rent the room again. Okay, so 25 Dravix. And also too, another cool thing about Loa is that enemies have loot tables. So maybe, based on whatever the creature is, perhaps it will drop something that he can sell. And then that would make up the money that he needs. Okay. So quest obtained. Let me go ahead and highlight that. He is going to take the job. Okay. Cadlin unrolls the job bill and skims its contents. Wanted, brave adventurer with nerves of the highest quality steel. A cave near my farm has become terrifying for reasons no one will tell me. All they will say is that some manner of beast has moved in, but they're too scared to put it down. This cave is where I store my wine. Please investigate this soon. And it's from a farmer, and the reward is 25 Draviks. I'll take it, Cadlin says without hesitation. I have no idea what would scare off everyone else, but at least I could check it out, he thinks. There's a moment when fire flashes before his eyes and a large form looms over him. He blinks it away as a plate of food slides before him. Here you go, piping hot. Eat up, Orin says cheerfully. Cadlin digs in. The food is good, and Orin leaves him to it while they bustle around serving other guests. When he's done, Cadlin thanks Orin and heads back to the inn. Okay, so that wraps up that part, that activity. Let's see if there's anything else I can do. I think there is a thing for weapon mastery that you can do during one of the rests. I can't remember which rest. Let me grab that. I smell cookies baking. I'm so excited. We have been in a cookie mood lately. Okay, so weapon mastery. Oh, welcome back, Maya. Sneaking back in. Boss should be leaving soon anyway. I want cookies. I will give you all the cookies. Okay, so weapon mastery is a progression system for players who want to deepen their bond with a specific weapon type. Through dedicated practice, battlefield experience, and downtime training, heroes can unlock passive benefits known as mastery perks. This system is entirely optional. I've actually already added them to his character sheet, or his perks list and skills list as clocks. Let's see, adds flavor and personalization without changing the core gameplay loop. Players who ignore these rules lose nothing. Players who engage with them gain a sense of martial growth and identity. They use training clocks to represent a character's progress. Okay, so Cadlin uses a bow, so he's got a ranged weapon. Each weapon type uses the same type of weapon mastery clock, 8 segments, which I've already got up there. When the clock is filled, the hero unlocks 1 mastery perk for that weapon type. As the clocks are complete, you will start to gain ranks with your weapon. Each rank unlocks a new perk and increases your damage with that weapon type by +1. You can choose to stop there or continue training by starting a new 8-segment clock for that weapon type. Okay, so gaining progress. They are advanced in 2 ways, downtime training and combat experience. So for downtime training, you may dedicate a downtime scene solely to practicing your form. I kind of want to try mastery, but I'm still struggling with keeping track of journey, danger, and resource clocks. Yeah, it could be a little much. I mean, I think depending on what it is you're doing, the number of clocks you're using can probably be a bit flexible or optional. Like, for the quest clock, sometimes, I feel like there might be instances where you don't really need one, because it's just sort of like, I feel like there might be some quests that are kind of like pretty cut and what's the other, cut and dry, I think it is the phrase. But yeah, so you know, you gotta step one, step two, and I mean, like, yeah, that itself could be the clock, but I don't know. Well, I guess you could still suffer a setback in some way and have to like reset the clock. So I guess you still could use one, but I think it is kind of optional for some of them. Let's see. So, oh, okay. Spend one downtime activity. Okay, so if we haven't done a third downtime activity, and then you would gain +1 tick on 1 weapon mastery clock. This represents drilling forms, meditation, sparring, or studying techniques with a mentor. It is the most reliable way to progress. And then you can also advance the clock through combat experience. At the end of a combat scene, a hero gains +1 tick on the clock if any of the following occurred. You dealt the finishing blow with that weapon, you crit more than 2 times with that weapon, or you fought an elite or boss and used that weapon during the battle. No matter how many triggers occur, a hero can only gain a maximum of +2 ticks from a single combat. You can also learn proficiencies, which is pretty cool. So like Cadlin is proficient in several things. He is proficient in light, medium, and ranged weapons. But if he wanted to learn heavy weapons, he actually can. He can get trained in a weapon during downtime, up to the Herald how long it takes, but it usually takes 4 separate downtimes to gain a new proficiency. And then, yeah, so that's really cool. I'm traveling from New Erwick to Shimin, so figured 3 days, but if every day you were exploring shrines and dungeons, would you really still get there in 3 days? So I'm removing a journey progression for every shrine and or dungeon, if that makes sense. Which also means resource clock is needed if it takes too long. Yeah, I would agree that for that kind of journey, the resource clock would probably be a big thing, because yeah, running out of food would probably definitely be an issue there. I don't remember how visually distant they are from on the map, but I knew I wanted to get to my city pretty early on, because ultimately I would like Cadlin to join the guild that I made, because the guild will have room and board. Oh yeah, no, you don't have to say sorry. You're not distracting me at all. This is we're chill vibes here. And because today was like a work day for me, I'm kind of like slow paced right now anyway, so you're fine. It's all good. But yeah, I wanted him to get to Winford pretty quickly, so I was just like, yeah, you know, he can get there in a morning from his starting position. So I was like, okay, he's there now. From woods to city. Yep. Boop, there he is. But okay. Alright, so we've got our quest. We're going back to the inn room. And I want to make new towns and villages like you've done, but it's hard for me since they aren't on the map and it doesn't look like there's a lot of open space to put them. I ignored the map. I mean, I forgot to print it out for one thing. I wanted to print it out in color. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna print all the black and white stuff, and then I'm gonna print the map pages on in color. And then I forgot. But yeah, I don't know. I take the map as a suggestion. You know? I'm touche. Yeah. I like to do a lot of like homebrewing stuff and making up my own like places and characters. Like I look forward to learning more about Airwick and like Batesian for Dracanum and stuff like that. But like the books aren't out yet. And I just like when I use like canon lore, I like knowing like I like being able to use stuff knowing that I'm going to be very accurate. I don't like worrying like, oh, what if I got a detail wrong? Like, what if this thing doesn't actually operate the way that I say it does or think it does? Never really homebrewed. I feel like I'm breaking the rules, but that's the thing, though. Like, this is the cool thing, because like the rules are sort of like suggestions, assuming that like obviously if you're playing with a table and other players and like a game master or you're the game master, there needs to be like a level of understanding between everybody about like what you expect in terms of whether it's canon or homebrewed. Because if somebody comes in expecting to play like a lore accurate version of Baldur's Gate in D&D, they're going to want things to be pretty accurate to what lore there is about it and stuff. But if they come to the table and it turns out that you've taken Baldur's Gate and turned it into like, I don't know, maybe instead of a coastal city, it's in a desert or something wild like that, then it's very likely that they're going to be kind of taken aback by that. But like when it comes to playing by yourself and stuff, you're playing for yourself. You cater to what you want to do, what your personal goals are for your game, and you don't really have to be tied down by expectations when it comes to like accuracy of stuff and like that, unless you want to be. If being accurate and stuff is like really important to you, then yeah, you can totally stay within like canon lore and stuff like that. But like the books aren't out yet. Like, oh man, I don't really know like what all is in Shimin. Although if I being honest, I haven't actually read that page. I should probably actually read the page on Shimin. But I knew that for Winford I wanted to make it kind of like my character's home base. The place where he kind of like resides in at the guild. So I wanted to be able to have like full control of like all of the lore that's coming in and out of it. I mean, kind of within the Airwick like overreaching setting. So like, you know, there's still Bristleback kin. We've got an arbor for the tavern keeper and things like that. And there'll be other like Akeroth like lore bits and stuff in there. But I don't have to worry too much about like, you know, like, oh, is King Dravik actually undead, or is he a zombie, or did he never actually die? You know, all those questions that I would be asking myself about canon details might wind up to me either pestering Ash at 3 a.m. in the morning when the poor man needs to sleep, or just kind of like makes me want to avoid the question because I don't have an answer for the question. I don't know. It might just be kind of a me thing. I don't remember how I got started on this. But so yeah, this campaign is kind of a mixture of homebrew and canon details, or at least that's how I'm kind of referring to it, as canon details. Need some water. Whew. Yeah, what was I doing? Let's see. Oh, right, weapon mastery. Okay. Because I was considering maybe I could go ahead and have Cadlin, because he's going back to the inn room, and I think in the morning he is going to. No, yeah, you don't have to say sorry at all. I get, yeah, I get really into this. You know, like this. Tabletop games are like so freeing because, like, yeah, you can do whatever you want. I mean, like, again, if you have other players, obviously, it takes a little bit of compromise or, you know, agreement and stuff like that. But nah, I think there you don't have to worry too much. All right, so I'm going to try gaining progress on his weapon mastery clock for his bow. You can get one. Excuse me. Ooh, hello. You can. 1 second. Woo! My, like, voice got stuck in my throat there for a moment. You can also do this for daggers too, because it's a blade. And there's the weapon types are blade breaker, bow, and lancer. But we'll do the bow one because we only got the one downtime activity left. Okay, so yeah, I just gain a tick on the clock, and then I'll describe what it is he is doing in order to earn this tick. Alright, so just give me a few to write this up, and also drink more water and hope that my throat chills out. Start my second bottle. Alright, let's see. I have no idea what kind of care and techniques one would use for bow maintenance. So just a disclaimer, I have no idea what I'm talking about when I read this out loud. Cookies have been delivered to me. I'm so excited. Oh, I can never spell this word right. Yep, there we go. Okay. He returns to his room without incident. The silence is refreshing after the noise of the tavern and streets of the city. While the bed was enticing, it was early yet. So instead of sleeping right away, Cadlin takes his bow in hand. It wasn't the fanciest weapon, but it had gotten him through the last couple of years. He took out a small jar of wax and a new bowstring from his pack and started taking care of the thing that had kept him alive. Based on the job he accepted, it's likely he would need it tomorrow. The routine was meditative, and after stringing the bow, he gave it a few test pulls. The snap of the string was like music to his ears. It was the best the weapon had ever felt in his hands. He wondered if it was because of all the practice he had gotten with it lately. While the furball from this morning still tugged at his consciousness, at least it validated his increasing skill with the bow. Alright, and that is how he gets a +1 tick on his weapon mastery clock. And now I'm gonna sneak a bite of cookie real quick. Oh, they're very good. She made a snickerdoodle and like added a touch of rum extract. So they kind of have like a cinnamon taste. Or at least I think she added the rum extract. But they have kind of like a nice cinnamony kind of warm taste. Not like a spicy warm though. I don't know how to say it. But it's nice, which is great because the weather has been kind of dismal lately. We had like 5 minutes of sunshine today. And then this evening it was just downpouring. Okay, so that's going to wrap up this day, his Cadlin's first day of this campaign. I'm gonna go ahead and move to morning. Well, he went to sleep. Then he goes to bed. By the way, also, I'm gonna keep shifting between like present tense and past tense. Typically for my books, for writing, for books, I write in past tense, but I noticed that I keep kind of switching tenses in my gameplay notes. So yeah, if that throws off anybody, terribly sorry. My brain, as it spits this out, just can't seem to make up its mind whether one's past or present tense. After packing everything away, Cadlin retires for the evening. Right. Okay, so morning time. He is probably going to head out, but also he has no money. Oh, I actually need to, yeah, there we go. So he has no money. I think for breakfast he is probably going to eat his pastry. And then I will just delete this because this item is probably not going to replenish, not like the money one is. Okay, and then I'm just gonna maybe just, oop. Oh, no. There we go. Alright, so he's got 3 rations, and that's going to represent our 3 sections on the resources clock. But, hopefully that will not, like, really come into play. Or, like, really matter. Because we're not going to a dungeon that's potentially going to take, you know, longer than a day. We're just going to kind of like this cave that someone uses to store their wine. Just gonna take a bite of cookie. I just realized this whole time my microphone was muted. Holy cow. I am so sorry. It was all because I took a bite of cookie. I didn't want to be crunching into it. Man, I have no idea where I left off. Was I even audible when I read this? I mean, I could read it again. It's just a paragraph. But, oh my god, I feel so silly. I'd muted my, microphone and it just hit me that it was red the whole time. Okay, so what I was saying to my dead microphone. Yeah, I'll just reread this paragraph. Gosh, man. A whole period of just dead silence. All because of Cookie. Cadlin leaves most of his travel gear in his inn room and promises the innkeeper, Lyra, that he'll return for it by the afternoon. He didn't say if he was going to rent the room again or not, but luckily for him, it seemed like she was still distracted by whatever was bothering her yesterday, and she didn't notice. He manages to slip out of the inn and head outside the city towards the farm. Orin had given him additional direction on where to find it, and sure enough, it was where they said it was. Alright, so because Cadlin is currently not the most sociable, he is not good at going up to people and talking. He figures that the farm owner who put this job out does not have any information because it said that no one would tell them what the thing is. So he's going to head straight towards that cave. Take care of business if he can, and then go and claim his reward. So, but because we don't know what's in it, and it's going to be kind of like the main star of this event, I feel like he shouldn't know exactly like what's in it right off the bat. So I've got 3 options. We have a goblin brute, which is a threat level of 1. And then I was thinking perhaps 2 or 3 fluff bats, because they're a threat level of 0.5. That is the same threat level as a furball, which he managed to annihilate like really quickly. So I was thinking, well, if these are the same threat level, then perhaps perhaps I'll do like three of these little dudes. And then there's Saber Tiger, which is a threat level of 2. But I'm looking at the HP and the defense, and it doesn't seem too bad. It does get buffed if it gets to start combat first. But only on its first attack for the battle. So it might be alright. If even as a threat level of 2. So I have an idea, like a story idea for each of these. So now I need to roll for what it is. No, that's not what I need. Okay. Okay, so if I get a 1 or a 4 on a d6, it will be the Goblin Brute. If I get a 2 or a 5, it will be, we'll do 3 fluff bats. And then if it's a 3 or a 6, it will be the Saber Tiger. Did I spell that right? Saber? Oh, I did not. The Saber Tiger. Alright, so now I'm going to roll my d6. There it is. I got a 3. It's the Saber Tiger. Oh boy. Alright, and then I'll probably do this kind of thing differently in the future. But for now, this will be alright. Because I do kind of have limited amount of time because it is now 9 o'clock for me. And I've got to be in bed by a certain time so that I can perform my job the next day. Okay. This is probably going to be a combat encounter. So I'm going to update my combat tracker. Alright, so it's got 3 defense, which was less than the furball. So I'm like, this will actually be like a good encounter because, like I said at the beginning, this is a playtest version of the game. Things can still change, and that includes stuff like balancing. So we're gonna see how will this work. Speed of 6, okay. And let's double check tempo rules. Tempo I have not really worked with too much. So the tempo system allows heroes to control the rhythm of battle by building tempo and then spending them at the right moment. The character can defend and recover or unleash several actions in a single turn. So yeah, it's sort of like you can hold your turn. It costs 2 actions and you get 2 actions per turn. So you can hold both of those. And when you hold, you gain +1 tempo, you gain +3 defense until the start of your next turn, and the next attack that hits you deals half damage, rounding up. So you basically save it when you want to kind of hunker down and gain tempo. And then spending tempo, you can use it to basically like get an extra turn. Or not an extra turn, but an extra action. Because in this game, when you do an attack, it hits defense first. So like, if, say the Saber Tiger, it has 3 defense. So if I attack for 10, you would subtract 3 from defense and then it would hit like 7 HP. So it would have 3 HP left. And then it would be considered defense broken. It would have the defense broken status. So it will have 0 defense until the start of its next turn, I think. Or the start of... man. See, defense break and counters were my weakness in this game, and that is why I did a practice game before. But who knows? We'll see what happens when we get there. I think since we're gearing up for combat, I think what I'm gonna do is eat the rest of this cookie and use the bathroom real quick. So I'll be back, and this time I'll remember to unmute my microphone. So just give me a little bit, because I gotta use the bathroom again. Too much water. Alright, I am back. That's the only downside about actually being hydrated and stuff, is that you have to actually use the bathroom regularly. I say as I sip more water. Okay. It is 9:09. I am going to attempt to do combat before we call it quits for tonight. I think what I will do now is set up the scene. Okay. think, yeah, well, I'll read what I wrote first, believe me. Cadlin arrives at the farm, and it seems like everyone is hard at work in the field. On the east side is a hill with a decent-sized cave mouth set into the side of it. He glances back at the farm. No one is near enough to ask about the job, but he remembers that the bill said no one would tell the farmer what was in there. They probably don't know anything. I might as well just go in myself, he thinks, and heads towards the cave. As he approaches it, he sees a farmhand notice him, but instead of stopping him, the farmhand runs off, probably to inform the farmer that someone was here about the bill. Cadlin wanted to avoid interactions with people this early in the morning, enters the mouth of the cave. Kegs of wine line the sides of it, and he walks inside carefully, bow drawn and arrow nocked. Alrighty. I think perhaps we should determine if an element of surprise is at play. I think it would only be fair since we sort of predetermined what was in here. And I think going forward, I will probably work a little bit, kind of like what I said earlier. I will work a little bit at figuring out a way of how I want my quests to be formed during gameplay. Because I do want that kind of random element. I want prompts. I want to kind of think, kind of like how in session 1, I want to be able to kind of like think my way through a prompt rather than having an answer and then rolling for a question. I want it to be the opposite. I want a question and then I want to think about the answer. And then rolling when I have questions. So I'm going to put some thought into it because like I said, I think I might make kind of quests kind of a an important part of my campaign. Because I want the quests for the XP, I want quests to level up my guild when we get there. That kind of thing. So I think having a way of creating quests on the fly would be pretty useful for me. And there are various tools of creating quests in the book. I just, I want to streamline it for my own gameplay. So right now, I want to see, is Cadlin surprised by the saber tiger being inside this cave? Because the tiger does have a passive. If the tiger starts combat, its first attack this battle gains plus 1d4 physical damage. So it is important to know, kind of like, or be able to give this thing a chance to have like an element of surprise. I think. That's what I feel. So I guess I'll just make it a 50-50 chance, really. Just a straight yes or no. So I will flip my coin. And it is tails. So the saber tiger gets the surprise. So I will type that up. Okay. Huh. Let's see. Let me make sure if there's an actual status for surprised. But let me read this first. Alright. He didn't know what to expect, but it wasn't the orange blur that leapt from the shadows. The large cat seemed to have been injured recently, judging by the fur on the floor of the cave and the matted fur on a hind leg, but as it snarled at Cadlin in full toothy fury, it was obvious that it wasn't injured enough to not fight. So let me just double check if there's an actual surprise status. About status effect. Because I think I don't think it's a status. I think I just simply don't go first. Ooh. I didn't see this table. Okay. I probably could have used that a moment ago, but that's okay. Group checks, starting conflict. Yes, I want to know. Things about who goes first. I am pretty sure. Maybe. Book in the basics section. Basic principles. Combat. Nope, it does not say. Alright, well, I decree. I am the herald of my own game. So Cadlin is surprised, and so, Saber Tiger will go first. Alrighty. I think I will move this cat. Somewhere. Okay, that works. I'll move it. Go away. Alright. Just to have it here. Make it a little bigger. I'll try not to cover it too much with my king tuber. But okay, so we have everything going. Let's see how this goes. Alright. Oh, I need a map. So I'll throw a table on. This is... It's a cave. Probably a man-made cave in the side of this hill. I think it probably is kind of narrow, like on a narrow side and kind of long. Excuse me. And I think Cadlin is going to be here at the entrance. And then the tiger would have started out over here, but it is immediately going to use one action to get up right on Cadlin. Okay, and I didn't do this with the furball because I kind of didn't really need to, but I think this time I'm going to kind of track round by round. So S Tiger, action 1 is move. Action 2 is going to be an attack. So for an attack, I roll on the action table. By the way, this is pretty different compared to what we see in the demo. Because in the demo, you don't really get a stat card, you just get a couple of like little stats. There's no action table. But here, you can see that enemies have the action table, they have a loot table, they have some attributes right here, which may or may not come into play. Oh, I just realized I probably could have used a perk of mine. Well, that's alright. He just sort of went right in. Because I railroaded my own game. But that's alright. Like I said, I'm gonna work on quests, I think. Alright, so I need to roll on an action table. Oh, the description too also says, a lightning-fast striped predator with blade-like fangs and bone ridges along its spine. Saber tigers are very terrifying ambushers that pounce from concealment. So yeah, that is that lines up with what happened. We walked into this cave and boom, hello, there is a big orange cat snarling in our face. This is probably what our cats think they are doing when they are yelling in a hallway. Okay, so roll an action table. That's going to be the D6. I think I'll use the red one for the cat, for the tiger. Roll a 1, so that is rend, bite, physical, range of 1, and it is 1d8 plus body. Its body is 3. If target is exposed, plus 2 damage. Exposed? I don't remember what that was. Let's see, is that a status? Alright, this might actually be kind of hard. But perhaps we can run away. Exposed. Okay. It doesn't say, or it doesn't have an attack to cause exposed. So I guess I don't have to worry too much about that. But okay, so rend bite, that is 1d8 plus body, so I need to roll a d8. Well, that's a Cadlin dice. Let me use... There we go. Oh no. It rolled a crit on its first roll. That's... Alright, never mind. Cadlin might be in trouble. Oh, also, I didn't put 3 defense there. Okay, never mind. Cadlin might have a problem. Yeah, see, Cadlin only has 5 defense. Oh dear. Okay, never mind. Threat level 2 might be worth it. No one show Ash this, okay? Okay, so he rolled a crit, which is the maximum on the die, so it gets to roll again. Which is a 2, okay, plus body, so 8 plus 2 plus 3 equals 8 plus 2 plus 3, because I'm, yeah, 13. Oh my god, never mind, we might be, we might be in trouble. Oh, okay. So, yeah, Cadlin's defense broken right off the bat. So that's -5, 13. My brain's starting to go downhill for the night. Let's see, 13 minus 5, so that's 8. So, oh, he is down to 10 HP already. And he's defense broken. Alright, so basically defense broken means that my defense is gone. Obviously. And that will not recover until, let's see, the end of my turn, I think. Yeah, double checking, because defense break was hard for me to get the hang of. Oh, I get to counter too because it's right up on me. Tactical mode. Haha, here we go. Okay, defense break. Defender's defense is reduced to 0. Effects last until the end of the attacker's next round. Then the defender's defense refreshes to max. Oh man, I might be fucked. Well, Cadlin is alright, so defense broken until the end of the attacker's next round. Wolfie. I might have to, like, finagle with the story a bit because obviously I don't want this character to die right now. He could probably die later, but like, I don't want him to die right now. This is only session 2. So let's see. But if anything, I'll have to come up with a creative way. I do have... Okay. So here's the thing. Ash, the guy that wrote the game, is behind the game. Great person. Has said that you don't necessarily need to fight everything. You can also befriend them. I think befriending here is a little bit out of reach. However, let's see. I did consider. Alright, so the whole idea I had was for this particular enemy was that this tiger was injured and it fled to this cave to hide and, you know, lick its wounds. And nobody wanted to say what it was because no one knew what it was because it was too scary. The cat was snarling and stuff, and because of the cave acoustics, you know, they couldn't really tell. It's dark, they couldn't really see what it was. They just know that something was in there and nobody wanted to go back in and find out what it was. So that was my idea for this one. But I don't necessarily have to slay it. Because if this was, you know, just an injured animal, and I have sort of, kind of accidentally established that Cadlin is kind of an introspective person. When he killed the furball in session 1, it did kind of affect him. Because, firstly, the furball is a cute little furry dude. a little furry thing. And, you know, he put it down so fast that, you know, it was like, wow, kind of feel bad. And then later, he discovered his little loot cache of like little trinkets and baubles and things that it had found and stashed. And you know, it's like, oh, that's kind of sad. So Catelyn is kind of an introspective kind of person. He doesn't just take the life of animals and beasts unless, you know, unless it's necessary. And, you know, it kind of jives with him being a ranger. Let me see. Let me, pull up the ranger description. Because now I'm wondering, because I didn't really read it too much. I randomly rolled for his class and got ranger, and I was like, yeah, sure. Boat goes pew pew. And I kind of just sort of left it at that, but, let me actually read the ranger description and see if this kind of jives with what I'm feeling about this scene. All right, here we go. Okay. Rangers thrive where the map fades. They read the wind, track unseen prints, and strike in hiding before the enemy knows danger is near. Whether a hunter, beastmaster, protector, or sniper, all rangers share a vow. See first, strike once, and leave nothing to chance. Well, he definitely failed at that. He just walked right in without getting any kind of information on the situation, without studying the environment and everything. But, I mean, in a way, that kind of makes sense because he's level 1 right now. And he doesn't have a mentor at this time. He's just kind of been wandering on his own. Kind of just going from place to place without much thought. So yeah, he's definitely made a mistake. So the ranger excels at mobility, preparation, and control of distance. Again, failed. The tiger is right up on him. While others charge or chant, the ranger masters the art of anticipation. They know about setting the terrain, reading the enemy, and ending conflict before it begins. And then that's about it. There is a ranger job called Beastmaster. And now I'm wondering if maybe that job is in his future. Because originally when I was like, okay, I got ranger, maybe he'll become a sniper. But I'm starting to feel like he has a bit of an affinity towards like animals and stuff. And the description for Beastmaster is, Beastmasters do not own animals, they earn kinship. A Beastmaster learns the language of breath and glance. Camps grow quiet when one arrives with a wolf or a hawk on the wrist. The wild trust them. Enemies learn to fear the space between Beastmaster and companion. So, yeah, and then it lets you like possibly capture a monster and basically make it your active companion. So that's that stuff's kind of cool. So I don't know, that might be in his future. But why I was looking that up is because, yeah, I don't know, maybe I don't have to fight the tiger. This is how I'm working my way out of the mess that I just made. Okay, so the tiger has moved. And moved it did. It took, oh, you know what? Also, because that was the first attack, he actually needs to roll for 1d4 of extra damage. He rolled a 3. Alright. 2, 3. Okay, so it's even worse because now he has only 7 HP. And it's Cadlin's turn. Oh, no, wait. He gets to counterattack because he does have a dagger. I don't know if it's considered an auto thing. But you know what? Okay, so the way I'm thinking of getting out of this mess is that he doesn't attack. He has the opportunity to counter because he has a dagger. Although he had his bow drawn, and I think switching is a action. Let me double check that one. I haven't, the last time I did combat was in December, a couple of weeks before, like a week or so before Christmas. And I didn't have to worry about changing weapons in that game. Because it was a warrior, so they just had a sword and a shield. And that did the trick. That was all they needed to use. But let's see, okay, shoot. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. I'm not countering. Okay. I'm not going to counter. I'm not going to attack at all. Instead, I think what I'm going to do. So once per scene, you may ask the Herald one question about a creature's tracks, habits, or weakness. This is the class feature for Ranger, by the way. It's Hunter's Sense. So I can gain boon on my next check against that target. So I can activate that and gain a boon on a check. And let's see, I can also use an item, I think. But let's see. So checks would be an action for sure. Just flipping back open the book. Conflict. Yes. I want to know the action list. So we are in tactical mode. There it is. Okay. So interact might be it. Yes. Do something with the scene. Yeah. If uncertain, make a check. Yep, so that would be it. And then item use is another action, because I do have this health potion. It will not do much good of any type. But ooh, also that farmhand ran to go get somebody. So, maybe they can pull Cadlin out if he goes down. Okay, but first I'm gonna try my idea. Alright, so Hunter Sense, I can gain a boon on my next check against that target. And let's see, I have Limit Break, but Limit Breaks you can't use until the 3rd round of combat. It might be after the 3rd round, but it doesn't matter here. I'm not gonna Limit Break. And then I have a combat perk, and then I have the Cautious Approach, which I should have done, because you can gain boon on shadow and mind checks. And now that I think about it, doing a shadow and mind check probably would have been better instead of flipping a coin. But live and learn. We'll move that. We'll think about that next time. But alright, so I want to make a check against this fella. Actually, it might need to roll. Not me. So I want to make a gesture. I want to indicate that I am not here to hurt the tiger. And I would like it, like, I want to try to, like, let it kind of escape. Because it looks like it is healed, or healed enough to where it could, you know, move around and stuff. It's also probably pretty hungry. Like the cat yelling in the hallway. But, okay, so, you know, it was wounded. Like, what's the fault in that? It's just trying to protect itself. And it's probably also kind of scared. It's cornered in this cave. It's not its home, you know. So yeah, going to try to be passive and let the tiger, like, try to let it see that it can escape. It can go, you know, it can leave. And so I think that would probably be, let's see, let me check the stat descriptions. I want to make sure that I pick the most relevant stats, because you can see their attributes here on this wheel over here, and I just want to make sure that I am choosing appropriately and not just because I don't want to die. Because I do want to be fair enough to myself. So I am the herald of my game, but I still need to adjudicate some rules to a degree. Let's see, I got the list of attribute descriptions. Okay, here we go. Alright. So body represents strength, movement, endurance. Gods is faith, conviction, righteousness. Mind is clarity, planning, knowledge. Shadow is guile, stealth, mischief. Soul is willpower, magic, intuition. World is survival, nature, instincts. And whenever I roll, I do get a boon. So, let's see. So I am making a passive gesture towards the saber tiger. So that means that the tiger would have to roll. And I'm thinking, I'm guessing world would be 1. Because it's survival instincts and nature. So I would be going up against its instincts. And then I'm not sure if I want to do double world or if I want to do world plus another stat. Because mind for clarity might be fitting. Let's see. Is there... What was that table that I saw earlier? My book is getting all out of order. It's a good thing that there are page numbers. Yeah, not sure. Because I think I saw a table. Ooh, be careful. I almost got a paper cut. Okay. Let's see. Was there anything on the situation table? Because there was a situation table with types of checks. Let's see. Navigate wilds, track quarry, read spore, and sign. Spore? Read spore? I have not seen that word. Oh, handle animals, calm a mount or beast. World and soul. Okay, so that one uses world and soul. Alright, so this creature's world is 1 and its soul is 2. So it has 3 dice. Okay, so you need 4 successes in order to have a full success. And you obviously can't do that when you have 3 dice. So already it's going to be either a mixed or a fail. Also, I get a boon, which I guess from an enemy standpoint, it would like act as a bane for them. Because if I was rolling, it would be a boon, and then if they're rolling, in order for it to be a boon for me, it would probably be a bane for them. So that means it would turn a 5 into a 4. So I guess this will probably work. But I need to see, like, kind of like how well is it going to work. Because, like, Cadlin could get hit on his way out or something. Okay, so it fails. Okay, alright. Yeah, because I got a 4 and a 2 and a 1. Okay, alright, so I feel like it might be too easy. Cause like, yeah, Cadlin really fucked up here. Like, he did not go in this the right way. I mean, he is pretty wounded. He is down to 7 HP. And on top of that, if this doesn't turn out well with the person that put out the job, then he doesn't get any reward. So I guess that does kind of balance out. I might also see if Ash, the developer, will give me feedback on how I handled this on Discord, because I'm kind of curious to hear what he thinks of like how I handled this. Which is why y'all should totally join the Cross Paths Discord, because you can do stuff like that. Because Ash is pretty great. I think he's moving right now, so it's a little quiet as usual. But let me post the Backerkit link again, so that you can check out more info about Legends of Akeroth. And down at near the bottom, there's a link to join the Discord. But okay, moving back on to this. Okay, this mess that I have landed Cadlin in, which, I mean, you know, that's what I get. Alright, I'm going to write this up because, yeah, I think the potential lack of reward is going to be the punishment enough for like the opposite side of letting this happen so easily. Ooh, almost not the right word. Fingers. Thanks. Okay, so I'll read this out loud. Sorry, that was quite a bit. Okay. The saber tiger lunges at Cadlin and strikes with outstretched claws. It slashes across Cadlin's chest, his travel robes barely keeping him from having his chest torn open. Dazed and bleeding, Cadlin staggers backward, stunned and realizing he has made a serious error. As the tiger leaps back and watches for Cadlin's next move before it strikes again, his mind reels with pain and panic. He catches sight of the healed wound on the tiger's leg and makes a snappy decision. While his dagger was within reach and he had a chance to take a swing, instead, he returns his bow to his back and raises his hands. He takes a side step towards the wall, leaving plenty of room between him, the tiger, and the entrance of the cave. The tiger stares at him, growling with long fangs bared. "You can go. I don't want to hurt you," Cadlin says soothingly, even as his own wound burns with pain. "You just needed a place to rest and heal. It's all right. You should go before someone else tries to hurt you. Or hunt you." The tiger eyes him warily, but after a long, tense moment, it moves towards the entrance. Cadlin remains still, even as blood trickles down inside his shirt, and he does his best not to quiver or show fear as the tiger passes him. When the tiger reaches the cave, Cadlin prays, to anyone that might listen, that the farmhand from before hasn't returned yet. It works. The tiger runs off, and as Cadlin pokes his head out of the cave, he sees it dash towards the same woods that Cadlin himself exited yesterday. Okay, well, that was certainly something, y'all. Okay, here I was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't watch this. I was like, oh, maybe it needs to be balanced more. Oh yeah, no, never mind. First attack. Yep, nearly put me down. Okay, never mind. Balance. Who? Yeah, no. Eat my words. I mean, this is why I'm not a game designer anyway. But anyway, so yeah, made a grave mistake, but I've gotten myself out of it. I believe it feels pretty within character, or at least for a moment I thought my mic was off again. It's one of those kinds that changes color, and it was on red when I looked at it, and I was like, oh no. But I'm good. I'm gonna be paranoid now. But yeah, his character, I think he is slowly turning into a potential beastmaster. I would have to read up on jobs. I have not expected to really look at jobs for a while, since he's just level 1, and I don't really know like where his story is going to be headed just yet. But yeah, I feel like he might have a bit of kinship with animals and creatures like the saber tiger, the furball. Obviously this will probably be different when it comes to things like monsters, or creatures that are more harmful and are actively seeking to kill people, hunt them, eat them, that kind of thing. But my initial idea had been for, like, oh, something is hiding in this cave, and it's got people spooked. Like for the fluff bats, my idea was that people didn't want to tell the farmer that they were scared of a bunch of fluffy bats. And then for the goblin brute, I was thinking people didn't want to tell the farmer about it because the goblin brute threatened them, saying that like, oh, if you tell them I'm here, I'll kill you, that kind of thing. And then yeah, here we had my idea of an injured cat, or was injured, but it obviously is not injured because now it can fight. But okay, I feel like I did okay. I put myself into a spot of extreme danger. I feel like the roll might have been too easy considering that it was a guaranteed not success against me because there was only 3 dice to roll. But I feel like, yeah, this idea that now he doesn't get the reward because he ultimately didn't solve the problem. I mean, like, he kind of did. He cleared out the cave and stuff, but we'll have to see if the farmer was is going to accept this as the desired outcome. But I think I may have to save that for Sunday morning because it is starting to get late for me and I do have to work in the morning. So I might put in a little bit of thought until Sunday. I'll think about how do we resolve the issue now with the farmer? Is the farmer going to be okay with this outcome? You know, like, they didn't know what was in the cave, but obviously now everybody's going to be able to know what was in there. But the saber tiger was not killed. It's still out there in the woods, so who knows, it might come back. It could still become a threat to people or something like that. So the farmer may not be satisfied. The farmer may be, you know, more of a capitalist and being like, wow, I'm not gonna pay you because, yeah, you didn't do much of anything. You're bleeding everywhere now. So yeah, I'll put some thought into that and I'll see how we can go about resolving that. I'll also think about what to do for quest formation, how to make it a little bit more streamlined, a little easier for playing on stream. Streamlined for streaming. Yeah, it's bedtime. But yeah, it turned out to be pretty interesting. We have a new NPC who will probably show up again. The Tipsy Weaver Tavern. And Cadlin got knocked on his ass because, wow, 7 HP left. Oh dear, I'm so glad that, like, I had that thought. Didn't even get to really use the boon. I was thinking if it was like a mixed success, then where if the cat had gotten 1 success, then perhaps it would have swiped at him again on its way out. And he would be at like double the risk of dying. Or at least like gaining wounds. Because there's also a wound tracker aside from HP. So like when your HP hits 0, you start collecting wounds, I believe. And then when you have like 6 wounds, you're dead. But yeah, so thank you everybody for coming. I'll do a bit of thinking. I feel pretty good about Sunday's session because we have, you know, this interaction coming up with the farmer, and I feel like I might have a little bit of an idea, a possible idea of how we may be able to get connected with the guild. But we'll see how that goes. I think I may also do a little bit more thinking about how to handle NPC interactions. Because I do writing, besides like art and stuff. I don't find it that difficult to write like NPC conversations and stuff. However, I feel like because I'm playing a TTRPG that I probably should have some more like engagement with mechanics during some of these interactions. You know, like using dice, doing checks, not necessarily deciding. I know what the NPC is going to say and do, but having like this element of random or like prompts and stuff, you know, ask. Yeah. I got lost in my thoughts there. But yeah, like just less more like, oh, it's this way because I decided, and more of a, it's this way because I was presented with a prompt or dice rolls that gave me a question, or yeah, gave me a question that I want to answer or resolve and stuff. Gave me a problem and I want to solve it. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, it's time for bed. My brain's starting to go. So yeah, thank you everybody for coming. This VOD will probably go up tomorrow, because it's probably gonna take another 4 hours to upload it, like the first one did. It took much longer than I thought it would to upload, which is kind of annoying, but I'll be at work all day anyway, so I will see about getting it started on my lunch break, and then it should be up by the afternoon. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming. I'll be back again for session 3 on Sunday morning, 9 a.m. Central Time. So that will be 10 a.m. Eastern Time and 7 a.m. Pacific Time, which is a little bit early for you West Coasters. But this would make it about like 3 p.m. for people over in the UK. So, I mean, there's that too. Sundays, I feel like are going to work pretty well because I can go as long as I can. And then afterwards, just kind of crash on the couch and like just be brain dead for the rest of the day. Because I don't have any responsibilities on Sunday afternoons. So yes, thank you again for coming. I'll see you next time. Safe travels through the veil. I actually forgot the outro last time, and now I'm going to go see if I can raid somebody, and this time not have Twitch break on me the moment that I raid. Because the first time I raided someone last time, the moment that we entered the channel, Twitch just like died on me. So if they said anything to me, I could not hear it because the player would not play their stream. So yeah, we're going to see what I can do this time. All right. First I'm going to check to see. Aha, yes. All right, let's see. Okay, I have a potential target, and then let's see if I can find. Aha, okay, so we're gonna see how this works. No, I don't want to collaborate. I just want to raid. I'm just going to call it. Not to raid. Alright. Thanks again, everybody. Safe travels through the veil. Have a good evening, morning, whatever time of day it is for you. And yeah, let's start the raid into Vice Capitan, who is streaming Xenosaga with Bingo and a friend, it looks like. Oh yeah, that's right. He was working on a bingo. I don't know anything about Xenosaga, but we'll go find out. Bye bye.